$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. This is my Rahim here. That's the covenant. Here got 7 seals. You want to step forward. That tells you everything you need to know right there. That's if you need to know. I keep trying to explain to everyone how scriptures work. Scriptures are there to warn you of what's happening and to move you to the next level. These verses are constantly changing. The believers are those who can receive that and move to the next level. Disbelievers are those who refuse, resist, or cannot move to the next level. So they're lost. It's just simple as that. I know they give fancy words and all this kind of stuff and everything else, right? But you move, the world is moving from the first floor to the second floor, and there's a flood following floors. So you go to the second floor, and the flood covers the first floor, and everybody on the first floor will be lost. And if the flood moves up to the second floor, then those want to survive, have to move to the third floor. And if you can't make it past the second floor, then you're lost. It's as simple as that. So you get to all the flowery language and everything else. The believers are those. The scripture tells you how to get this to the next floor, the next level. The scripture tells how to get to the next level. Now, if you climb up to the next level, pull you up, well, you're still anchored to the previous level, right? So you're never going to make it on the. So, for instance, it's time to go to the third floor. The floods come to the second floor. And so those that can move to the third floor. And second floor people, they may grab onto a third floor person, but they're still a second floor person. They may anchor the second floor. So if they get to the third floor, they'd never be walking around the third floor. They'd be crawling around the third floor. You see what I'm saying? They'd be crawling around on the third floor because they're really a second floor person. They really, right? They're really clean. Oh, here I go up camera again. All brothers and sisters. They're trying to give me a stroke. That's what's going on here. You understand, brothers and sisters? The war's constantly moving. The war's rising to the first floor, second floor, third floor. And you have to be one floor ahead of it. That's the new season. So you're second floor, then the water starts moving to the second floor. So you got to move to the third floor. But you got second floor people, right? They lost because they can't get to the third floor. But some have able to crawl up to the third floor, able to crawl up there. Right? They survive. But they're on the third floor, but they don't walk around there. Remember, they crawled up there. They crawled up there. See, on the third floor, but they're crawling around the third floor. Everybody's walking around, but they're crawling around. Okay? I look at them and laugh at them. They're crawling around because they can't walk on the third floor. They're crawling because they really anchor to the second floor. And they always clinging to the second floor. And they always, what do you say, what's the word you want to use? Reminiscing about the third floor. You know, oh man, I used to be great down there. I was a millionaire down there. See? But yeah, I'm nothing, man. I can't even walk around. I just walk. You see, that it's as simple as that. There's no push for them. They love this. They love the second floor. There's no push for them at the third floor. They might crawl up to the third floor, but they get there, they're gonna be crawling around. They won't be walking around. But those third floor people, oh, okay, now it's time to move to the third floor. They move to the third floor, they walk around. Okay? Then the floor moves up to the third floor, they move up to the fourth floor. The people that's crawling around the third floor, they can't go any further. That's it to them. They might get there, but they crawl around the third floor, but they won't even get to the fourth floor at all. They can't even crawl up there. It's just simple as that. Simple as that. These right here, see, these people here are a bunch of people. That's why they can't claim that. They can't get out the winter either. I mean, look at that. They can't claim it, but they still go along with it. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. See, I'm going to get into what I promised, but I'm still going to talk about these Levites a little more because, brothers and sisters, almost all the scriptures talking about the Levites, all some of the Levites. Now Malachi, all some of the Levites. You know, I used to wonder about it. Why all just about the Levites? Because they don't have any problem with the elect. They get it right away. It's the Levites that had a problem. A lot of them, second floor people, trying to move to the third floor. Then you got the demons are all second floor people. They mixed it with them, so it's confusing. And they can't seem to get past it. So we'll move on to that. We're going to talk of that. Hopefully not get to the rest of what I was talking about. My voice is going. So nobody came, because you say a piece of third floor piece of, man, that's simple stuff, man. How can they can't see? All you got to do is move. Can you see the water coming? All you got to do is move the third floor. It's easy. Second floor people don't see it that way. They say, oh man, your whole life, everything on the second floor. What moves they just move me here for? I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose up there on the third floor. So they're doing everything they can to stop the flood. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. My voice might not hold up here.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Now, if we're going to use the analogy of first floor, second floor, third floor, say right now this is the first floor. And so here after we're talking about the second floor. Say that, right? All the demons, they're first floor people. They like, you know, it's their fourth people. It's like they're devils. They're devil daddies. They're first floor people. They don't have any idea about the second floor. They can't get to the second floor. They can't even crawl to the second floor. They don't even know the second floor exists. They know the first floor exists. You tell them they don't know the second floor. That's why they never talk about it. They're not going anywhere. Because go where? Where is it to go to? you see how simple it is? We don't talk about it. They never talk about it. We stay here. We ain't going nowhere. I'm not here. They're talking about the mess of the covenant. What covenant talking about? That doesn't mean it. It doesn't register with them. Even if they trying to not deceive you, it just don't register with them. Something's wrong with that. They can imagine. We're going to leave here. We're going to go. It doesn't get. They can't even imagine it. But you got that person on the left there, right? He's a second floor person, right? But he's clinging to. He loves the first floor. So he gets to the second floor, right? He's gonna be crawling around there if he gets there. That's a little more complicated than I said, right? But he's locked into the first floor. He has the ability to get to the second floor, but he's locked into the first floor. And so if he gets here, he'll crawl because he don't say anything. He don't say second floor either. He says first floor. So if he gets there, he gets to the second floor, he'll crawl there. You understand? Because he's not a demon. So let me explain a couple of things. Well, let me get through this first. All this stuff is shit, bro. This is always, boy, ooh. Let me just move on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
yes, sir,
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
So the populace, brothers and sisters, that's the whole. Some people say it started with Adam. Maybe it started with energy deprivation. Anyway, it's a great war, a great battle. What's the sin into hell and sin back out? Sin back out. Descend and sin. That's the whole. That's what it's all about. Sin back into power. Let me say a couple of things. Now I was talking about why is it Quan saying things like this? It doesn't matter where you believe, where you want them or want them not, they will not believe. Same thing. Because people on this first floor people, they have no conception about second floor. Well, you know it exists. What are you talking about second floor? What are you talking about? Spring. They have no conception of it. So you want them, it doesn't matter. Just blow it because they think you're just crazy. What? Spring? What the hell is spring, man? It's been winter all my life. I don't know about no damn spring. But spring? Second floor, man. I've been on the first floor all my life, man. I don't know about no second floor. So it doesn't matter if you want them or not, man. It ain't gonna make sense because like you making up stuff, it has no comprehension of it. And that explains why, even though it's right there in Exodus, it's clear. Even the word Exodus, US, or Exodus by itself. If you look at the definition of it, says exit, right? I forget exactly how it says exactly. The interpretation. Yeah, but they never mention it ever. In fact, they deny it. Never mention the covenant. Anything that has anything to do with that, they don't even mention it because they have no comprehension of it. Even if they understand, you could say, okay, they're trying to deceive you. Well, some may be trying to deceive you. Maybe it has some inkling of it. But it's by just their very nature. In other words, you can be deceived by someone who don't intentionally mean to deceive you. Because that's the way they see things. Like some of these devils out there, they don't realize they're devils. I don't get too deep into that, brothers and sisters. I don't get no psychology here. Let me see what it just says here. No, not there. That's not it. Well, yeah. The actual definition is, I don't know why I just keep doing this. Until all my electronics doesn't work, nothing works right anymore. All I do is just give me a different answer. Now give me. Well, they're trying to. What they're trying to do is they're trying to give me a stroke. What's going on? Nothing works. Except one thing goes someplace else. This one works. Keep doing it. I select it and it put me someplace else like it. That's what it wants to do. It's amazing. Try one more. See if that one works. No, I haven't done work either. Okay. It's amazing. Let's do it this way. None of my electronics, everything just goes crazy. They figure, well, no. Oh boy. This works. Here it is. It says the meaning. No, now I can't get this to work. The departure of people. A mass departure of people. Departure. The meaning right there. And it's in the name. But from that point of view, we ain't going nowhere. So it was deception or was well-meaning ignorance. It's the same thing. It's still, it accomplishes the same goal. That's what I want you to understand. Just because someone give you bad information doesn't mean they're trying to deceive you. But the result's still the same. So we deal with the mathematics of it. That's what I'm trying to make. It's a subtle point. Maybe it's so subtle. But the reason I'm making a point, I'm trying to get you to understand, right, the fact of who they really are. That's why it says it doesn't matter whether you one them or not, they will not believe. And even if they have some inkling, they may be telling you, "Oh, we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going to the second floor." Maybe because they don't even realize it's there. When you tell them, I say, it might be in the scripture, must be wrong, something wrong with that. How can we go somewhere? How are we going to get out of here? Who's going to transport us? That reveals something else. So say, for instance, they think that way. Say they can't see any way that we can get out of here because they second floor people, first floor people, right? Think about that, man. What else they telling you? I always talking about the backstory. They don't believe Master Farad Muhammad. They don't believe him because he could take us out of here. See, that's the backstory. They tell you right there, they don't believe Master Farad Muhammad because they say, well, how are we going to get there? See? How are we going to get there? Well, I thought you believe in another plane. You don't. Because the reason why I'm saying if that's what you're doing because you're a first world person, then that tells you right there, the backstory, they don't believe Master Farad Muhammad either. They don't believe Master Farad Muhammad at all. Because they can't comprehend how the hell, that's one of the reasons why they said it. How the hell are we going to get there? How do we get back there? You understand what I'm saying? Let me move on. Okay. Another thing about this. See, the thing is, no matter all the scriptures, almost all of it, is about in the so-called Old Testament, New Testament too, to a great extent. What INJIL, what you call the Gospels, all 90%, maybe more than that, about the Levites. Now, there's no such thing as free will. Show me a verse in Scripture says, if you understand them, that's why you got to understand mathematics. You understand mathematics, you know that's bullshit. See, when you understand mathematics, you know certain things just can't happen. If you know mathematics, and Elijah Muhammad told you Islam is mathematics, and mathematics Islam, if that's the case, there's no such thing as free will, because if you have free will, that means nobody can determine what you're doing. That means the scientists couldn't possibly write history. They couldn't write future because they don't know what anybody's doing. They have free will. They can do anything. So what you do has to already be determined mathematically. They can determine what you're going to do mathematically before you do it. Otherwise, you couldn't write history. If one person could do something that's the only thing Elijah Muhammad said they're worried about. They're worried about the Son of Man because since he knows, right, the scripture, and he knows exactly what's supposed to happen, because he read it accurately, he can make a move, right, unexpected that would change the result. And that's only Elijah Muhammad mentioned that. Other than that, why would he do that? Because if he do that, he blind himself. Because he relied on scriptures too. See, you know, we have visions and things like that. But scripture is a detailed map that you can't get from a vision. You can't get from knowing mathematics. You can't get that kind of detail. You can say, okay, I know pressure, this is going to happen, that going to happen. But to say exact date, times, no human brain can do that. So he blind himself to that extent, to details. He be restrained, confined to watch the weather stuff. So when you're thinking, see, the point is that all your thoughts is reactive. All thinking is reactive. Because we react from time we exist, from time we in the womb, out the womb, our thoughts is a reaction to things happening around us. But reaction is an action, but it's a result of an action. So the action is determinate. It's the driving force. And your reaction, which is an action, right, is a reaction to what's going on around you. So you have an independent thought. And so you can tell who a person is and what they're doing and what about them by their reaction, what they're reacting to. What they're doing, it tells you what they're reacting to. What they're doing, what they're saying, how they, that tells you what they're reacting. I don't care what they say. What they're doing, they tell you what they're reacting to. And the scripture says, no one but Suleiman's react to the angel. And it's true. No one's reacting to the angel. They talk all they want to. They're not reacting to the angel because look what they're doing. Look what they're saying. Because there's exactly angel, and angel be all over them. You see, when I first got into angel, I said I backed into it. I don't like doing this job. I hate it. But then once over, and as for this, and I'm really upset at the fact that I even got to do it. You think these got people coming, they pretend to be this, pretend to be that. They're gonna pay a heavy price. Because if you pretend to be something that you're not, and you're getting the benefit of something that you're not supposed to get, you're gonna pay for that. That's why they're gonna get a most grievous chastisement. Because in order to have that name and to walk around, right, in those shoes, what you had to do to get there. Now you walk around and say, hey man, I'm Michael Jackson. Right? Whatever you think about him, he had just certain things he had to do to get to where he got. Now you're trying to get the fame and the gain for something you ain't done, and now people say, hey, yeah, he's and doing these things for you, like just call his son a man. He has money. Okay, he's getting money and stuff. He's saying so people get, hey, let's give him money, and that's money he don't deserve. Like these devils, I thought they own themselves now because everything they got was stolen. That means their seed belongs to other people. That's why I said take captive all the lands. I try to explain these things to you. So the reason is because they don't believe, they really don't believe, or they think it's a Facebook page, or also they're afraid. Because to go from first floor to second floor, you got resistance, you got gravity, you got resistance. Right? It takes effort. You might not want to put effort in. Oh man, it's too hard to climb these stairs. You think you go into when I said crime center in the garden without resistance? And in my situation, like I said, at the time I got angel, as far as where Elijah Muhammad taught, following Elijah Muhammad, I made it. I had mastered the American dream. In a mansion, mini mansion, money floor, had my own business. Being me, got my original name. I ain't bound down anybody, Muslim. I'm not hiding it. All the stuff they lied about, I mastered it. And then, boom, this comes. Like it says in Jonah, read about you. Let's then look around. Everything was gone. Resistance. There's no less. Everything. All that was going. Business was going. The mansion was going. Demon wife. Well, I'm glad she was going. Took children with her. Everything. I didn't blink an eye. Even then I understood They move to one level, go to the first, go to the second floor. You got to get to the first floor. You got to leave everything behind on the first floor. You got to drag the first floor with you to the second floor. Then you ain't gonna get there. What's the point of going to the second floor? You're gonna drag everything on the first floor with you. Stay behind and going to the second floor. According to INJIL, and from my observation, I'm the only one there. Everybody's still on the first floor. Scared to go say, oh man, I might lose my job, man. I can't change my name because they might not like me. I ain't gonna be able to do this. Right? Oh man, I'm gonna lose my house, man. I'm gonna lose my friends. So forth, so on. Okay, you stay on the first floor then. And you and your friends, all you drown together. So you can't, see, the point is, it says it in the Quran, they know the ones that elevated places above, all those are lower places by their marks. They can't fool those elevated places. You can't fool me. Because if you're angel, you be angel. It'll be all over you. 100%. I'm 9% on the second floor. Work that way. What's that buzzing noise? Check somebody. Like this buzz noise is really bugging me. Me? Yes. I just have to do it and do it because I have no idea where it's coming from. You don't hear it. It escapes. And that's what's something about the Levites. They all want, they're stuck on that first floor. They believe in the demons. They following demons. They following devils. When the truth comes along, they freeze up. They follow a demon. FARRAKHAN, following devils and demons. They got all these demons and devils out there. Silas, Eric X, Son of Man, but they got Royal. And those people be demanding things from them. You got to give me money. They're living off of them. They right there, got to up their asses. And then the truth comes along, not to make any demands myself, just give information to save their lives. I don't do with that. This that bothers me a little bit. Because I didn't know it was going to take 35 years initially. I mean, it's a learning curve. Because that person, I forgot, that first brother said, man, boy, you know what, brothers, sisters going to hear this. You know, they seeking a message. Boy, I figured, man, that was it. Boom. Everybody will come together. We get the hell on out of here. Shock. I said, then I didn't know that was all about the Levites either. Took a while to come up on that one. Because Elijah was a Levite. So you can tell who a person is. Like I said, your thoughts are about what you're reacting to. So you can see if they react to the angel, the way they're going to be conducting themselves, carrying themselves. So you look at how they're reacting, and you can see what they're reacting to. If I went out there, I just did, just to be straight, well, I don't say it that way. I'm strongly considering this is my last week of broadcasting. We're so close to the end. And I'm tired. I knew it, boy, when I was a child, I had that vision. Now I realize it. Pretty much burned myself. I looked at it, I was surprised. I had over 10,000 videos out there. Over. I said, well, if you say 360, right, just round up to 400. Say 400 a year, right? Okay, 10 years, that's 4,000. 4,000. 10 years. 10 years ago, right? What was it? 2015? Obama was around. That was going strong then. 10 years more than that, what, that for you over 8,000. 8,000 right there. That was the ones still out there. They platformed me a couple of times, so I don't know what happened to those. I don't know I don't imagine they're out there anymore. I hadn't thought about it. So I went back, looked at a couple of them, see how much I changed over time. I was surprised with somewhere I didn't recognize. I said, man, I wrote that. It's consistent with what I'm talking about now. I couldn't believe I wrote that stuff 10 years ago, 8 years. I was, well, you know, I'm 74, so 76. So maybe I got to take it Alzheimer's. I'd be teasing my wife all the time. She told me to stop talking about it. I said, well, one good thing about Alzheimer's, right, you can go see old movies you like over and over again and still appreciate them. You know, she keep telling me, stop saying that. Some things I would love to forget, boy. Ooh. Situation. It's no ifs, ands, or buts. You got to climb that ladder. You got to get the second floor. And it's all about the Levite. So that shows the tribe of Shabazz, their commitment. And they're like these devils and everything. They say something they mean. They give you a word, they mean it. I don't know all the details. There was agreement made with the Levites, those that came over on board with the Shabazz. They would be given a messenger and given information they need. If they went to the Holocaust first. I mean, we didn't ask them to go to the Holocaust. They wanted to go. They joined us. We didn't ask them. They came aboard. Right? It's okay if you're faithful and you know we'll graft you in. We treat you like you know because they are brothers. We accept you as part of our family, as long as you know 100%. And if we go to the Holocaust, you go to Holocaust, and make sure we do everything we can to get you through it. Promise was made. I don't know the details, but that's the promise that was made. Similar promise was made through the sisters. But they had to agree. If they didn't want to go along, we were going to force the sisters to go along with this. Man, we didn't have to go through the Holocaust as we went through it. We could have went a different way because other tribes went a different way. We had to go that way, but we told sisters, this what Shabbat said, this is what we plan to do. Lay it out to them. Are you on board with this? We don't force anybody to do anything. It's just yes. Just make sure you restore our dignity and our honor. Because we would be there. They'd be subject to total humiliation. And that was agreed, and that's going to happen. It is happening. That's all you see me. I keep talking about it. Don't keep that. And so we keep agreeing because I keep saying, boy, that agreement with Levi had to be ironclad. All 90% of Israel is about them. And I'm not a Levite, and I'm doing all this here, and I'm going to all this for them. Look at liquid angel. Mostly about them. And they were so difficult, they're going to be difficult people. They said their heads are going to be hard as rocks. They said, so make your head like Flintstone, because Flintstone break stones. And the one thing keeps me going, I say, you know, something that's person that's really stubborn. I mean, they're stubborn. You can't move them. I mean, there's a good side of that. If you turn in the right direction, and you can't stop them. But they'll stop them if you get them going the right. But hell, get them going the right direction. That's the problem. Because they're so resistant. If they turn around in tribulation and get their be able to distinguish between the ass and the brain, if they make that distinction, it's over. Will that happen? I don't know. That's the question. If they turn that hard-headed towards the truth, because look how they divulge at FARRAKHAN and all these people. I mean, I hear about some of these things they was going with Silas and running. They would do all of that. What would you do? They was totally committed in some cases. So if you give me that's what it says. Easy leading the wrong direction, hard leading the right direction. It's 85%. Talking about them. 85%. 5%, right? That's the elect. Who's that 10%? Well, people debate about that. I said 10%. There's Levites that's the leaders. Some use that leadership to deceive them, and some, Elijah Muhammad would have fell into 10%. Use it to help him. He's a leader. You got leaders, some turn to work against them, and some work for them. See? So some have them turn, because who turned them in the wrong direction? The devils did, but then they're supporting that. That's no story. I'm getting too far afield here. But that's the case. And so, like I said, you can look at what people react to by how they carry themselves. If they run out of the house, then you know they react to there must be a fire in the house or something. If they slowly walk and everything out there, well, you don't think there's a fire out there. You think they slowly walking out now, you think, well, it is going someplace. Because that's what they react to, you know. So if people come to you with, I said, I'm not listening to words and I want to listen to actions. And I'm 100% positive there's no one to react to that angel. There's the only one be doing it. That's what they're walking along. No one's acting to it. They act to other stuff. If they act angel, they would be angel. And they're not. It's something else, something right between, some mixture, whatever. That's an angel. Angel is 100%. If you're not 100%, you're not angel. So you can say what you want to say. Angel is 100%. 99.9%. You say something pure, well, I'm 99% pure. You're not pure, are you? But the promise is being kept. But it's wearing thin. Because the other side of the promise was, are you going to respond when we send those things to you? But we're not going to make you. We're not going to force you to accept this. They said, yes, we will respond. When you send a message, we respond to them. I think the Quran talks about that. We will respond to them. You send a messenger, we respond to them. They haven't. So there's two sides to this thing, because nobody's going to make them do anything. That's why they left alone in tribulation. Otherwise, we just pull them out. We're brothers and sisters. Okay, let's talk about this.
3. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with. 3. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6 And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
That's what it said. He was the only injured warrior, the only one there on the second floor, by himself. You know, he was talking, hey. You can talk all they want to. It was right there, be by himself. So that's the Levites. They don't make it, it'd be their own fault. Oh man, why are you so hard? Yes, man. Why are you so hard on them? I'm not hard on them. I'm trying to do them a lifeline. They don't grab it. That's their problem, not mine. Why this hard on me? Put it that way. Reverse. Why it's hard on me? I've been 35 years. I'm not a Levite. I don't have to worry about them electors that cover it. So why am I going through all this? Why am I making all these sacrifices, all these sufferings for them? Why? So why ask them why it's so hard on me? They're not responding. I asked for anything. I don't want any followers. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I'm just giving the information. They're refusing it. Plus, they're holding up this whole thing because there's a disagreement between the message of the covenant and the God. The message of the hell, man, I put all this information. What's holding stuff in for? You know, well, let's give them a little more shot, man, because they're on their left hand from their right. I mean, so everywhere you look, it's a problem. And people, and you look at Exodus, people just got, at some point, everybody got fed up with Levites. Even Elijah, he's Levite, he got fed up with them. So what's your problem? I taught y'all 40-some years. And we're trying to get you elevated to the second floor, but you're gonna crawl up there, you're gonna walk there. It means you gotta think. And you don't want to. You like devils thinking for you. And you do it to yourself. So they can't say they wasn't made for them, because there's never been anybody, like it says, there's never been anything like this. It's a message, prophets. It said the God to you. It said the message to you. The message coming seven. It said the priest. It said everything to you. With the most clear information, everything. It's still not going to move. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. They're here by itself. Alone. That's what it says. So he says, he looked, see, and was none. He wondered why they were wondering. Said, what is this? Come on. I've been by himself. You got to just climb those stairs. Nobody's doing it. Let me point out something. See that car right there? That was my car. I was in it when that happened. I was in that car. That happened. About 15 years ago, I think, in Florida. And the car was actually upside down. It's some road rage devils, right? And some kind of a truck or something hit my car and flipped it over. I was in it. Better got a scratch. You believe that? Better got a scratch. I'm here. Better got a scratch. And that took them as damage, and it was flipped over. I was upside down. It almost saw me out of there. Think about that. Better got a scratch. Let's see. The scientists, they didn't tell Suleiman to do anything. They said, this is the information, and gave suggestions. He's the one that got to handle this. And he's on the ground. I mean, like I said, there's no freedom free will. That, and I've had several total. That's the worst one right there. And another one, moved from Chicago to New Jersey, total. Total. I've had about 3 totalities. I never caused any of them. I never got blamed for any of them. Even this one, they should have went to jail because they did this purposely. I think I know who they were. I think I know why they did it. But anyway, that's no story. I think that's no story. But they tried to kill me. This first time it happened. I was not caught. See, look at it. Windshield, inside, all they got a scratch. Now I was told, dealing with the Levites, that after 3 years, because they have a group come in after 3 years, cut that tree down. Cut it down. Get away from it. It was a suggestion. They didn't tell me to do it. It's a suggestion that you should cut that tree down. And I did it. I did it off and on. I kept saying, my emotions kick in, man. Come on. I mean, I tell you, see, that's one of my problems I have. Because I got an emotional attachment to the sisters. For me, Levi's sister and Shabbat's sister is the same. Because I ain't stupid. They didn't know who was back in the fields. And no sisters to say damnation. And I know I got Levite blood in me somewhere. Right? So I don't make that distinction. Because they didn't know. All they know is they was trying to save the nation. And so that's why I keep going. I said many times, if it weren't for these brothers, hey man, y'all, hey, I've told you, it's it. It's the sisters. Actually, part of the reason why I went ahead with the INJIL, when I first got looking, oh man, do I want to get into this? That's all about the sisters. I keep thinking about these sisters, I keep worrying about them. Because the problems are made to them. And you have, I don't care what I've told you, you have no idea what these sisters went through. And no matter how, if you're a male out there, no matter how bad you think it was worse for them. Why? Because they got that extra emotional content, and extra fear content that made it worse for them than you, because you might deal with it, go ahead, but them, they're dealing on an emotional level. More, I'm not totally emotional level, but we all was dealing on emotional level back then, but they was even more intense for them. That means that the hell was worse for them, much worse than it was. And plus, these devils preyed on them like they was dogs or something. I mean, you know, she'd be out in the field. They make her go out there, even they don't get made her pregnant with their baby and then still put her out in the field picking cotton. Some of them have her out there naked, then he'd jump off the hotel, bend over, and he'd be doing it, and you better keep picking that cotton. I mean, it was off the page. So I'm giving, you know, I don't run those ships. I can't run those ships. To me, there would be not one sister left behind. Tribulation, anything was up to me. I don't control those planes. I can't tell Master what I'm going to do with them. If I can convince him to do that, I'll do it. Just take all these sisters, let these brothers go through tribulation. If that could happen, I'll do it. That's the way I feel about it. The promise is made to them, and I get emotional about that. I mean, tears come to my eyes for what and these assholes right here want to be kissing these fucking devils and fist bump and what they did to our women. Let me get off of that. Because if I get a stroke or heart attack, it's going to be because of that. That really bugs me. We made a promise to them, even if we didn't make a promise to them. And I look at these sick ass niggas, I say, wait a minute, hold it. Do you know what they did to our women? Our mothers and our grandma? I don't give a damn whether they were Levites or the Shippites. It's all the same to me because they didn't know the difference back there. And they still had to suffer it. And they saved our nation because they put their life at risk to be with us, to even have a child. The whole movie called Journey of August King. Look at that movie. See, you get an idea about what about. It's a very small idea, but it's there. You understand? So that's why that's why I get saying, man, I just leave it alone because it says that it suggests cut it down. If she's not producing, cut it down. But I keep, and that's what keeps me doing. But I don't learn my lesson. I ain't doing it no more. I'm gonna show you why. Cause see it right there, on this scratch. But because I didn't follow the advice, right? I go ahead instead of cut it down. I say, oh, let me try it again. I get involved, even more involved than I had been before. Not paying attention to what I'm doing, but trying to reach out to them, trying to make extra effort, lost control of myself, stumbling and fucking up my hand. I better use my hand now. I can't lift, right? Mess up my feet, so I can't go to the gym now. At my age, I need to go every day. I mean, that's what I was doing every day. Because we're going to war. I need to be prepared. I need to be an example of what I'm talking about. Because that, I said, I didn't even have this scratch in that, and now, just walking down, boom. I tried to go this morning, it just didn't work. Can't lift anything. It might be weeks. I won't be able to do anything. I can't afford to be weeks out going. I need to go every day. Give myself up. Plus, this day may break any day now. Now, if I had listened to that advice, I wouldn't have had that problem. Because the problem I had, I was trying to help someone else. Levite. I'm not blaming the Levite, I'm blaming myself. Because I should have followed that advice. That wouldn't have happened. So now I'm in a situation right now. It's really bugging me on me because I'm saying I can't. I mean, I've been praying for this day, and then as soon as the day, so that's why I think it's going to happen any day now, because I'm ready for this day, and then soon we get to a boom. I'm not prepared now because I can't do what I'm prepared to do. And I'm really angry about it. I can't blame the person. I can blame myself because it didn't accomplish anything. I didn't. In fact, reaching out, I saw the situation worse than I thought. I just left it alone, and I wouldn't have this problem. Now I'm in a situation now. Hands all swollen up. I can't lift anything. Foot, I can't use the treadmill. It never happened, like I said, but there's no such thing as an accident. So I guess the scientists saw that coming and said, just stay away from that, leave it alone. I said, oh man. I'm gonna make one more try, man. Make one bit serious try. Boom. And I got myself all messed up. I'm just wondering. There's nothing I can do about it. That's the way it works, right? Why would it be like that? Why would it be like one hand and one foot? I can't do anything at the gym. I can't use a treadmill. I can lift. I lift in a significant way. I put a lot of time on the treadmill. I was going to be in tip-top shape. It's like, you back for the fight, and you got there 6 months, man, training for this fight, right? And the night before, man, they said, man, don't go out there, don't mess around, don't hang out. No, you go, I'm gonna slip out, man, have a couple of beers, right? And you mess around, get in a fight, man, and then you mess around and sprain your ankle or something out. You told how to do it. I was told. That was advice. You know how upset I am about that. Like I said, there's no such thing as accident. Everything's mathematics. And I went to the mathematics and I said, okay, yep, that's it. Because every public give information to people, not carry people along. I do pushmobile. Elijah Muhammad used to do that. It's not my job to do pushmobiles. I'm restrained from doing it. But I get an emotional thing sometimes, and especially when he sits and I go ahead and I shouldn't do it. I know when you do that, it takes energy to do that. It means energy less you have to take care of your business. Because you try to help somebody else with their business. And so now, you can't put 100 folks. That would happen. Because I've been in this gym many times. I never had that problem. In this particular time, because I'm thinking about someone else, bring someone else with me, I'm not paying attention, boom, stumble on the curve. It's a perfect, I mean, if I just stumble, right? If I just stumble, and the way it happened, now I can't go to the gym at all. What if I just hurt my foot? Well, okay, I could have lived. Or I just hurt my hand. I could have did treadmill now. Hurt perfectly. Well, I can't do it. Can't go at all. Do anything. All mathematics. I can't blame nobody but myself. I'm kicking myself in the head. I'm really angry about it. I should have took that advice. That's my fault. Come on, brothers and sisters. Whew. And I said, this may be my last broadcast, but I said, I said, I'm done. I mean, like I said, I've got over 10,000 videos out there. What else I need to say? Just keep playing them over and over again. You better believe it. I'm taking that advice from now on. What's next? I can't blame anybody. I can't blame the car. I can't blame anybody. I blame myself. I didn't take that advice. And I've been talking about it. They said, cut that tree down, leave it alone. I said, oh, man, let me try one more time. One more time, right? I was in there. So I said the car was actually flipped over upside down. Not a scratch. And then I just stumbled. See? It's mathematics at work. You don't understand it. That's mathematics at work. Again, the Levites quickly, right? See, these are demons. But the blacks are broken through. They call it use black. That's what Farrakhan, oh, we got it all black. No. And see, Farrakhan's a demon. They use that to keep us confused. Everything, right? So here you got, see, these demons, they first floor people. They first floor people. They don't know anybody on the second floor, have no idea. Right? These second floor people here, it's locked in the second floor. The knowledge of first, they're on the first floor. Remember, these are the first floor people. They're happy. They don't know anything about the second floor. We talk about the second floor. Leaving here. Here's second floor people. They're on the first floor. We're on the first floor, right? Right? But they have doubts about the second floor, and or they don't want to climb. They don't want to go to the gym. They don't want to think. They look at you, stare at you. They recognize you there. They might accept, yeah, there might be a second floor, but they doubt it, whatever. But they don't want to make the effort to get to it. So they stare at you in the face. They pretend they're with you, and that's what Daniel talked about. I said those that will go through tribulation. Embellishment. They be, yeah, man, I'm with you, bro, and everything else, and they'll do everything you tell them to, but they ain't with it. They're just trying to save themselves. So they do everything here, right? They ain't thinking. They what to do. Give me ask what to do. You got this injury right there. That tells you, it gives you tell you what to do. But you got to ask me. That means if you got to ask me, that means you ain't studying. You can't handle it. I already gave you the map, so why you ask me how? I gave you the map. Now keep going. Hey man, what should I do next? You got the goddamn map, don't you? That's when we get here. Nobody will tell you what to do. Get information. If somebody, yeah, man, what you worry me about? Man, don't you know how to do it? Don't get the hell out of here. Find somebody how to do it. Got time wasting you. How you do this? Well, I got to tell you. That's the same thing I had in the military when I was a sergeant. I said, I wasn't a good sergeant. Because people get, I said, wait a minute, hold on. These are great men. I just go do it myself. Then the sergeant over me come in. I had a night shift, right? I'm always on a night shift, right? How come you do it? I said, well, hell, man, I told them. And they didn't do it. I get it done myself. Now, you ain't supposed to got them to do it. We have, man, but why I got to carry them along? They grown men. I tell them they don't do it, and I got to. I just had a problem with that. I had problems all my life. Here's the engine. I show you how it works. That's the end of it. I gotta keep telling you, explaining you, and all this kind of stuff. Why are you doing that? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to push my bill. It's hard enough to get into this life. Just take care of your own business. And I got to carry your ass too. I always tell my children to be light as a feather. Right? Nobody wants to be lifting up no damn elephant, no rock. Take care of your own business. Then you share your love, your affection, everything with the other person. I'm not putting the females down, but the way they've been taught, they think as soon as they get a ring on their finger, man, that the man got to create paradise for them. That's bullshit. You create your own paradise, you share it with someone. And they share it with you. But now I got to sit around, I had a demon wife like that, man. I had to keep, I got to keep making things happen for you. I got to carry you to that's what was supposed to work. I got to carry you around. You can't take care of your business. It was very distressful. I mean, that woman had me so distressed. Really. I mean, I wanted to commit suicide. I was depressed all the time with her. No matter what I did, it wasn't good enough. Because she had no discipline, and she was always upset and nervous, and so it was my fault. Because she didn't know how to discipline and manage her own self. So you get disciplined, you manage yourself, and you create heaven with yourself. You share with somebody. And if you pin on me, they do that for you. Now I'm in distress. So I got to make you happy. You emotional all the time. So I got to concede you, comply with your emotion and everything else. I'm an emotional wreck. And so you ain't going to still not be happy. I got to tell these Christians, I pray. Don't pray for me. Pray for yourself. I pray for myself. I know I got prayed for. That's stupid. That's what you're taught. And all this is buying into that kind of stuff. And some men buy into it too. They think, well, you get married to a woman, now she's going to take care of them. I don't want a woman to take care of me. My wife take care of herself. I take care of myself. I do my part. I provide the food, the security, and everything else. She's totally secure. She don't worry about anything. And she does what she wants to do. She may take off, leave me for 2 weeks, and I don't like that, but if she wants to do, I don't tell her what to do. I don't want to leave, but I said, tell her, can I go with you? If she wants to, that's what she wants to do. But she don't cause me any problems. When she was younger, she did, but I don't cause any problems. I don't cause any problems. And I share discipline, so I don't bring no emotional baggage with me, and she don't bring any emotional baggage with her. Right? She who she is, and I enjoy who she is as she is. And she enjoy who I am. I think she do, as I am. I know it's hard. I know who I am. You understand? So the thing is, the pushing bills, they want you, they don't want, they see, that's why I like the devils. The devils think for them. So they want to stay on the first floor. Because they was thinking for them. They got to think. They don't know the flood is coming. So you try to tell them, hey, look at you, see that guy in the middle, top middle there? You look at something, you know. Another bottom middle just staring at you. The other ones, they happy on the first floor. You say, I don't know about that. But now those that move on to the second floor, they take care of bed thinking, let's get things done. You see, there's a difference. And right now, the people in this situation right here in the middle, they either going to go down with these or they're going to move up to these. Elect is over here. These are, right? This what they got to get to. Elect's already there. They got to get to this. Okay. You understand, brothers and sisters, nobody can say if it wasn't made to keep the promise that was made to you. Let's move on. Now look at this. See this? Now I know I've been talking about the angel, and I know nobody look at it. They only go by what I told them instead of studying this thing. Ark. Now here, this bottom part is not the ark. Remember, this Arab, that represents the water. This is the water. The ark is sitting on the water. See? These are not in the ark. They're above the tribulation, they're above the turbulent waters, but they're in the waters. And that's the ark is sitting on them. This is the waters. And see, when the resurrection takes place, right, I'm not showing that here, but everybody kept here. What? Moses threw them back in the water. He threw the Levites back in the water, made them drink of that golden calf. That's no story. I'm going to get into it deeply. We threw them out of the ark. He threw them out of the ark. Remember, the God said, forget about them. Because I'll make you, Elijah, a great nation, Levite nation, make them out of them. It's right there. And they were thrown out. They were thrown out. And God gave on them too. There it is again, see? This is the ark here. They weren't in the ark. It was in, because the ark, right? Because when the elect left out here, they went over there. Iran and Syria's not coming here. They went over there. Elijah's over there. These over there. But these here on earth, we represent European countries. They threw out the ark. Remember, the resurrection come, they was up here in the ark. And then he threw them out the ark and threw the demons out the ark too. And you say, well, remember, these things ain't something, this is Levites doing to themselves. Everybody's trying to help them. The God hold everything up for them. So no, let's give him another shot. So he gave him another shot. That's what happened from the right. Somebody give him another shot and then get just crippled. Everybody give him another shot and get crippled for it. Hurt for it. That's what Scripture said. I ain't making this up. I'm not making this up. The Scripture says. So Levites had to go to great tribulation. Why? If they listened to Elijah, wouldn't have it. If they listened to Minister of the Covenant, he came and tried to prevent them having to go through tribulation. They ignored them. 35 years been telling them they got to act together. They wouldn't have to go to tribulation. They did it to themselves. They get angry, they have to look at themselves. And then the other side of it is, they don't even care about each other. That's what it tells you. Because the ones that got their mind back first, right? They wanted to get the hell out of here with the lamb. They didn't even think about their brothers behind. And they said, no, you got to go back and get them. You're a priest trial, that's your job. You want to leave them behind? That's these Levites. Am I making something up here? Am I condemning them? If I'm condemning them, what happened? Spend 35 years. I'm not spending 35 years trying to talk to the elect. 30 years to reach them. I didn't get crippled because of the elect. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, let's talk about these seasons. Let's see, I explained to you. Right? You got 4 seasons every 25,000 years, 25,000 year cycle. 6,000 years, that's why, see, that's a little hint, 6,000 years each one. We're in the winter. But we're summer people. So I had some people, they don't fare well in the winter. But the winter people, they do very well in the winter. Polar bears do well in the winter. I guess a grizzly bear, I guess he probably hibernated or something. So when you start moving into the spring, so now they don't know anything about the spring. They look down 6,000 years. You tell my spring, I don't know spring, man. 6,000 years, that's always been. How's that verse in the Bible? It says something about when you told me, it says, hey, man, things never change. It's been like this all our lives. It's been our fathers' lives. It's 6,000 years, which time it's going to be? I forget. I should have got that verse. I can't remember how it goes. But they have no comprehension of a spring. See, spring to them is what they hear about going to heaven. They die, going to heaven. Or it's because the world is going to remain the same as it is. It's been like that for 6,000 years. Why would it change? Because from their point of view, remember, winter people, they never seen spring. They don't know anything about spring. They got us in the winter, and they took the idea of spring from us too. So spring is something you die. With spring, is to them heaven, the place you go to after you die. No, spring is the new reality. They think heaven is here on earth. So that's the situation. So that's what God come and tell you, no, there's spring. Elijah Muhammad said, yeah, there's spring. Start preparing for it. Right? Then the Son of Man, or Suleiman, he would show up, right? Just in the spring. Okay? Talking about spring, showing you spring. Going out to you. That's why messing the covenant, messing the spring. Come up with spring clothing, so forth, right? To mention the spring. They go, no, it's just winter. And so far, they got everybody convinced it's winter. Because nobody really believes it's spring. They'll be acting according, nobody's acting according to spring, no one. I say nobody's acting according to INJIL. They talk about it, they're not. They be acting differently. They still caught in the winter. They still got a winter mind. So they would not get a spring mind until before winds blow, they burn their ass, and then they say, oh, it's hot. Hot now. Must be something warm in this, because I got fire burn my ass. They used to cold, frostbite. Now they got some fire coming somewhere. They use these terms, it sound like comical, but they use these terms for a reason, and I told you, you get deeper into this. So they have to get some heat to realize there's a spring, real hot heat that you won't get in the winter. You won't get no fire in the winter. And back to this mind thing, right? I tell you, reacting. So what's happening, the devils are reacting to the overwhelming pressure. The pressure is increasing, overwhelming pressure. So they're thinking, war, conflict. Who's doing it? The devils. So you can tell what kind of pressure they're under by the way they think, when they're talking. Talking war, conflict, everything is, they want to conflict, they want to kill people, they want to go out and blow people in Venezuela, they want to attack Venezuela and everything else. Because they're under they're under the pressure of destruction, of pressure of war, which means, right? Collisions, if you're going through that, it means, hey, if you put a fire on the pot, you know it's going to boil eventually. So you see them getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And if you understand pressure, that means more collision, more collision. That means eventually, you know, the war becomes fatal. Eventually, it's destructive. That's what's happening. That's what they're thinking. People say, why are they thinking like that? Because that shows you how they've been affected. This reality is affecting them. The blacks ain't affected. Original people ain't affected. Ain't acting like that. He said, well, yeah. That's why it says, I will confound the wise with the foolish. Go with the foolish. Because to them, we ready for war, man, because they're under extreme pressure. So they look at us, man, like we walk around and they think they're going to trick us and fool us because, see, man, it's wartime. Look at they sitting around here. It's like, you know, you're going hunting. You see a deer and they're just sitting there. You can pick them up, man, that deer's stupid. You see you aiming a rifle at him, and he's just standing there. They close, you know, and you just stand there like, and that's bad. That speaks to our nature that we're not affected by that much. It's so complicated. This is so complicated, brothers. It's simple as complicated. It astounds imagination. They say, well, why is these Levites acting like this? Well, they act like this, it stems from one reason. But another reason they act like this because they're not affected as the devil are. Pressure not affecting them as much. See, naturally. Remember, it's all about quality. Now, if you're an elephant, right, and somebody shoots you with 22, okay, you can handle that 22. You're going to put some holes in you, but it ain't going to kill you. If you're a wise elephant, you ain't going to stand there and get the holes to begin with. And that's the problem the Levites have. They're not affected by this as much, but if they get the injury, they don't affect at all. They be on their way home. It's not going to be affected as much as the devil's affected. It's not going to affect them as much. They're going to still be affected, not as much, because they don't have the, they're using their mind. They're not affected. So they sit around and like ain't nothing happening. Well, because it's not affecting them as much. See? But because they don't have that, they won't get the blood on them. Some are going to get drowned in the blood. But they wouldn't have any at all, you understand? And they'll catch them by surprise. That's another thing right there. Why catch by surprise? Because they didn't know what's going on, because they know what's going on. The pressure ain't bothering me. It's the good things and bad things. It shows their nature, but it shows their ignorance. I mean, you can have a positive nature, still be stupid. And that's the complicated, that's the thing that leaders have. That's why I say their mind. Remember, they came to sue my base, their nature. Now, when you get that, there's some complications, don't it? They came on his nature and got their mind. They had to get both together. So they got some of them lost their nature. Like I said, got so frozen, their nature got frozen, so they lost. But the rest of them, like I said, mush or whatever you want to call it. I'm not much. You know, he told me when ISIS is I forget what they call that stuff. Anyway, you understand? So if they get the injured message, there's no hair on the hair being harmed. They walk through without that, they're gonna walk through it. They get through it. Maybe. No, if they get that, they will get through it. If they get the injury, they will get through it. But they don't have it, right? They might get through it. Maybe not. That's why I said nobody could count. But then comes with scars. But they ain't going to suffer. The pressure's not going to affect them as much as it affects the devil. It's going to totally destroy the devils. You understand the difference there? The quality side of it. That's what we're trying to get. That's why I give them information. But that's those fruit on, man. That's the problem. That's their problem. My protection, the 5 pills, even though marriage problem, I'm guaranteed my protection. He told me directly, but that scripture says, so I'm going to worry about a damn thing. That's the problem. So that nature says, their mind says something else. In their mind, that's the protection. So they don't drown the blood. You understand, bro? So here you go, right here. So the thing is that you go transition, they're going to have to do everything they can to stop this. Once they see it, hey, man, they're not going to recognize it. Because they say, man, global woman, AI, and all this technical stuff. They can't, because actually, we don't want to drive it, and they can't stop it. They're trying to control it. They're trying to control the global warming, trying to control the AI, the technology, trying to control all that stuff. It's losing control of it. And the pressure is getting greater and greater and greater. Violence is getting greater and greater and greater. You see blood. They said the blood in Sudan is worse than in Gaza. I tell you, Africa is rising. But what's happening in Gaza? See, did you think about this? It's a race war going on there. It's so quick. Men's hearts fail to fear those things come to the earth because the powers have been shaken. Because they see a race war is coming. I've been telling you, a race war is coming here. It's been based on skin color, though. But race war is coming here. That's where attackers have to spell out ABC. You see it right there. That's the race war going over there. The Europeans against the Arabs. It's not a religious war, it's a race war. They don't care if the Arabs are Christians or whatever, they kill them all. Just kill them because they're Arabs. A race war is coming here. And now you got blood flowing. See all the blood starting to percolate up all over the place. You see me something pop boiling. First you lose bubbles here, bubbles go all over the place. Now Sudan blew up. They said the bloodbath of Sudan is worse than Gaza. Wow. They fighting each other. There's black folks fighting each other. What, are they all Levites or yes, I don't know. They say the blood over there, they say it's worse. So last I heard said that they're probably Sunnis fighting Sunnis. I don't know. They said the blood bath and Sunni. But I'm telling you, they're just showing the blood is it's gonna be all over the planet in a minute. The pot's starting to boil. We see little bubbles popping up here and there. They come out here tell race wars coming to America. And that's why the INJIL is not it's not dressing emotions, trying to intellect. You see? Because we got trying to get the Levites off the emotional level. Because they're with Farrakhan, these clowns on the emotional level, not intellectual. And the emotional level is going to get them hurt, harmed. That's why they don't have their mind. The mind they have, when they get their mind back, they'd be on the intellectual. That's why I said they got to give them their mind back, get them to intellectual level. And they're not there in that right now. There's a lot of fear amongst them. And so this 6,000, now we're going to 6,000 year period, but we got to break through because they're going to do everything they can to stop it. They got a lot of power. The spring has been very strong, so they're going to try to use nuclear weapons, everything else to try to stop this spring. No, this is bad for them. Woman, you say, well, if you're really African person, well, woman, you should, that means, man, we're going to have more earth. We got 2 continents we're going to have that we didn't have before. Right? More water. That means the desert's going to be turned back into fertile land again. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Nothing wrong for us. Everything wrong for them. Because when that spring comes, you see any trace of winter there? None whatsoever. No trace of winter. That means they're all. No trace of winter whatsoever. Not zero. All things new. That means total destruction. And they're going to let out know they're going to fight like hell. They can't stop it, though. That's the whole point. But they can damage the spring, or you can have trees on fire, you can have radiated water and all that kind of stuff. And that's why mass farming here to make sure that don't happen. They can pollute the spring. They can't stop it. They can pollute it, though. So then, 6,000 years of this. So who rules here? The winter people. Who rules here? The summer people. Who rules here? That's what's in between the summer and the winter. What's that? Original person that's half original, half devil. See how simple it is? They rule for this 6,000 years. See, first of all, you can make something simple, you have to understand it. So understand, that's the hard part. Years and years of study to understand how, and then, oh, now that's how the universe works. That's how the earth works. And now, Well, then you try to simplify it to make people see. So oh man, now it may be easy to you now. It wasn't easy for me to get there, because first I had to understand it. How it works to begin with, then simplify it for you. That's simple. That explains why you have to have Master Muhammad, doesn't it? Next 6,000 years. Explains why we suffered 6,000 years ago. Summer people, imagine them would try to survive in the winter. That's about to tell you why the winter people have to be destroyed. They're going to be destroyed. See, that picture right there tells you everything you need to know right there without the engine or anything else. That's how simple it is. Just follow that picture right there. Here. That's the engine too. Before you God, you have to know how your universe works, how your reality works. To understand, our reality is based on pressure. See there? Under pressure. So that tells you right there, I'm sorry, that's pressure, ain't it? Blood pressure, pressure on. That gives us simplification right there. Whole reality is based on pressure. It took me a while to get that, but you'd be surprised when something went through to get there. I said, man, damn, I finally got it. Damn, that's simple. But it wasn't simple with the years it took me to come to that conclusion, mathematical conclusion. Years. It wasn't until I was 1990 that it finally hit me. That's what it's pressure. And pressure is very simple. 3 variables. Pressure, velocity, and temperature. Damn. I've been studying, trying to drive myself crazy for 20 years more. And that was just damn simple. They don't tell you that in reality, but you don't somebody telling you that. Just based on the principles of pressure. You know what I'm saying? And then you say, well, then what's the fundamental math of it? Boom. Action reaction, vectors. So first you understand pressure. If you don't understand this, you're no God. You can't be a God because you have to understand this. Every has vectors. You have to understand vectors. That's the fundamental math of it. Every action has an opposite reaction. Fundamental math of it. Equal sign. Balance. Everything's changed. I'm not getting to the change part. Right? That gets to welcome change. I'm not getting to that part. But you understand this. This is kindergarten stuff. This is what INJIL teach you. You have to come that low before you can walk around in the hereafter, not crawling around. It was the tool, the mathematical tool for working with this, calculus, derivatives. You understand that? That's the tool. You got to work on the car. You have the proper tools to work on it. So you need the proper mathematical tool to work with that mathematics, because all it's mathematics. That's the tool you work, calculus. Within that, algebra, trigonometry, all that stuff comes within there. The calculus is the actual tool. And that's what you have to know. And all that stuff, everything I showed you right there, you can teach that to a child. Everything, all the simple. Vectors is very simple. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Vectors. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Vectors. That's the mathematical vectors. Basic mathematics. Vectors. Pressure. Velocity, temperature, collisions. Calculus. Derivative. Got the integral also, but many derivatives. Because everything is, like I said, you take, gets back to force. Because force is a fundamental thing. That's what derivative is, right? Because it tells you how to calculate force. So if you say velocity is a straight line, take derivative of it, you get to a point. Well, velocity is when you're driving someplace, that's a straight line. Right? A line means you're moving. A point means you ain't going nowhere, you stop. That's why I say derivative velocity is acceleration, means you had to stop. It's mathematics, not something that's dreamed up. That's the actual mathematics of it. And you have to know those three things right there. And everyone is simple. And some people have a problem with even that. And people who've been studying this still can't explain that after years, and that's simple. After years, I see the same thing over and over again. It's very simple. And that's just the way our universe works. That's the way our reality works. I'm not going to constant changes, right? I mean, I'm just basic here. But you're constantly changing. Energy increase, energy decrease. Three fundamental things you need to know. Force, how they work with forces, vectors. Well, it's about force. You can calculate force, right? Calculus. What's comprehensive force? Pressure. It's all about force. Every action has equal reaction, force. Brothers and sisters. See here? 6,000 years. It took 6,000 years to get down to here. It was at lowest level. You never thought about it like that, right? Let me take 6,000 years to get back to where we were. Okay. Down here, right, was at the bottom. Here was at the bottom. Here, we're getting down further and further. Right? We had the total bottom down here, all messed up. We get back up there, do this period of 6,000 years. Going back up to here, Master Muhammad's ruling. In the spring. Winter, half winter. Half winter, half summer. And back here, then Shabazz are back again. I say, why use number 6,000? We took 24,000, probably 24,000 years peak cycle, so until you got 4 seasons. Opposition. Okay, bring where we are right now and then close, brothers and sisters. Right now, this opposition. Opposition right now was going to trigger on this day, Master Muhammad, war in heaven. We was talking about primarily from Iran point of view. It says Iran is going to make the move. I mean, I haven't been clear about that, but now I'm clear because we're right there now. They're going to attack any day now. They're going to be fighting against America, God, Magog, Britain, Israel, and the Sunni. Bloodbath. Bloodbath's already started over there. But that's a trickle compared to what's about to happen. That's a trickle compared to what's about to happen. That war's going to be a bloodbath. Politicians are going to be the biggest. It's going to be a pool. It's going to be a river of blood there. Because I keep telling you, they're writing on an obituary. They're writing on an obituary. Because what they're doing right now is going to be returned back to them. Because time of justice here. Time of judgment is here. Let me speak one thing about that, brothers and sisters. See, consequence is immediate. Every action has immediate reaction. Except because we the gods, we can delay it. So if somebody punched me, right? They call it forgiveness, whatever, I could just hold it in. See, we've been holding in all the shit they've been doing us. We haven't retaliated for 400 years. We've been holding it in. Force don't just sit there asleep. So it's a force always active. So how is it active? I thought he said, we've been holding, yeah. Because look, we're holding in, but look the effect it happened on us. We dumb, we stupid, we Christians, we don't have, they got their names. We're against each other. That shows that's what the force doing to us. We're holding it in, and that's where it's affecting us. So you think of how you've been affected. That's how we see, we can tell how we're being affected, what's affecting us, but how we're being affected. You can tell how believe, right? If it's blowing, that means it's been affected by wind. Farrakhan blaming us, but we know if we're in this condition, this is not a natural condition, there's a force, and we know what the force is, because we know the quality of the force, because we can see how it's affecting us. Now, we may can see the wind, but we can see the effect of the wind. So we know the devils do whatever they're doing, this is the effect it's having, so whatever this effect they have on us, it's negative to us. So you might see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. So we see this is what the devil's doing to us. So they mean it don't mean it's any good, because it means any good, we would be suffering with high blood pressure, cancer, and all the stuff we have it, because they don't mean it's any good. The effect they have on us is evil, wicked. But for us, we want to stay here. We love them. Yeah, I love you. Sticking shit, blew up my ass. I love it. Keep shivering up there. Meanwhile, shoving my wife's ass too. Right? And go in there and rape my daughter. I love it. That's what Farrakhan's telling you. We're going to stay here. We love it here. What, you masochist? No, because he's one of them. He's the one who's going to screw your daughter. He's the one who's going to pull up your ass. That's what we've been doing for 40 some years. You understand what I'm saying? So we're holding in. Because we ain't retaliated. If we retaliated, we'd still be like we were to begin with. If we had retaliated when they did this to us, we'd still be in the same condition we was before they brought us over here. We'd be warriors still fighting them. Like the Sunnis are, right? They still fighting. So they haven't been transformed. They transformed away, right? You understand what I'm saying? So that's what you can look at us that we've been holding in. So you see what it should affect. So how do we get back to where we were? We got to release that force, turn that force back on them. If they do double them as done here, it means we're going to be even better than it was before. That gets a more complicated mathematical situation, right? We got to reverse that force, because otherwise we're going to keep staying like this here. It's simple. So you got a bloodbath over there. Be a bloodbath over there. Also in Israel, ocean of blood. America, Britain, right? Blood, that war is going to be horrific. So it'll come out of the world when it's going to be a horrific war. In a few more days. Move on. And then first, well, this is going to be the first one turned into a river of blood. River of blood. Starting siege. No water coming in, no food coming in. They be starving just like they did the Palestinians. They said the father be the son, the son be the fathers. They got drones flying across modern technology, right? So everybody, the whole world could see they're suffering, and they could be able to use their nuclear weapons. If they would be under siege, would they? Who's going to neutralize them? Matron Muhammad, Michael and his angels. They don't say Michael's angels, Michael and his angels. Neutralize the nuclear weapons. So now they're under siege, and they're starving, cannibalism. The Palestinians are sitting right there. None will escape. So none will escape. So they will not let them escape. They're sitting there. And when they see the damage is really, they turn totally animals, then they go and wipe them out. You're going to see it in a few more days, brothers and sisters. That's going to be the first focus. The first one to go down. I mean, they're going to be fighting all of them. I'm just showing you one step by step who's going to be affected the most and when. That's all right. And then the battle between Shia and Sunni. That's going to be a bloodbath. See, remember, all Israel under a river of blood. It's going to be like an ocean of blood here, because the sands of Arabia is going to be soaked in blood. You got to see it and the Sunni totally at it. A bloodbath that you can't imagine, total. A river of blood. Ocean of blood. Sands of Arabia will be soaked in blood. Here and Sunni. False Israel is going under siege, starving, cannibalism. It's going at the same time. And then American Britain, the base attacked. Their bases. It would be bloodbath. Like the other, they're gonna be fleeing. Soon they ain't going anywhere. Soon they ain't going anywhere, but these gonna be running out of there on fire, soaked in blood dripping all over them. Running out of there, running out of the Middle East as they're thrown out, running into Europe. Be a trail of blood all the way. Money won't survive. Anyone get caught? Ooh, you don't want to get caught. Tear you to pieces. What happened there? But remember, that's coming. We got a racial war. That's what Gaza right now. She's Shia and Sunni. That's going to affect here because the dragon stood by to devour a child who was born. Who's going to attack us here? There's going to be bloodbath here. They're going to attack us too. I told you that before. He said the devil's going to attack us. Soon going to attack us too. Not only that, Esau's going to attack us too. Everybody's going to attack. The only reason why the lamb, the goats don't do it because they made an agreement. They want to, and they will, after we leave, because these 10 horns will make war with the lamb. The lamb will come. And what it's going to do? It's going to do it once he get out here. It's going to do it while he's here. So they're going to end up fighting with them too. These 10 kings, who's that? The lamb. China, India. Make war with the lamb overcome them. You've been in panic mode in a minute because you didn't pay attention. And now you got to flee under panic. But you didn't have to. Just look at this. Remember, that's what's coming here. A religious war. Right? A family war. Right? Who's the family? Esau. Who's the religious? Sunni. Who's the race? The devils. You can be object of all of it. You understand? We talk about this, right? This is what Exodus says. Exodus. I told you what Exodus says, right? It says, leaving here. We ain't going nowhere because they can't imagine that. And they made some deception there, but it still comes, results still the same. So that's what Exodus says. Exodus is a clear map for the people, the Levites, clear map out of here. They're doing everything they can to keep you from seeing that. The God came to the fit and said he had to come with power to be a God. That was their power. His power is enough to bring down this whole civilization. That means he's a God. He raised Elijah, which he did. Elijah insisted on a spokesperson. But God was against it. Spokesperson wasn't anointed. He got angry. Elijah said, you don't need it, I got you. But he said, kept on, so. Yeah. FARRAKHAN. It's so simple, because all you got to do is read this stuff and see Aaron was no goddamn good. Elijah absent, he was nothing but trouble. But they stopped right there. Why? Because they can't either outright deception, intentional deception, or because they can't comprehend Joshua. Because Joshua is leaving here. I mean, that whole thing. Remember, if you're a demon, you can't comprehend that because you don't want to leave here. This is about this heaven for you. White man's hell was devil man's hell. So, I mean, what? White man's hell was the original man's hell, something like that there. See what I'm saying? So either way, you're trying to deceive. You want to hold on to this reality, or you just can't comprehend another reality. So this is where the story goes. And so he would go about 40 years. His mouth would go about 40 years and cause all kinds of trouble. Then after that, you have someone that was with Elijah, right? But in the background during this time, that's the measure of the covenant. He would come, what covenant? Take you back to Arabia, which they never talk about. He'd break the seals. That's what Exodus says. Simple. So they don't go this. They're right here. As far as they go right here. As far as they go right here. Don't go any further than this. Why? Because you're here. Now, what's their version of X? What's their version? Oh. Elijah wasn't no prophet. He wasn't no messenger. He was a trickster. And Pharaoh, he does. And remember, the government is in on this. No UFOs. That means if there's no such thing as UFOs, he has no power. He's not a god. He's just somebody come in talking stuff. So they say that's why the whole thing, there's no UFOs don't exist. That's BS, right? That's what they've been doing. And he came to destroy everything, Elijah, destroy everything. Got rid of name, whole 9 yards, all of it. Right? Then what? Now he's the Messiah. Doesn't matter. He's put the shit in the bag right now. He can't wipe his own ass. And I understand they got to watch him real close because he puts shit in the bag. He gets hungry, nobody watching. He goes in that bag and go to munching. That food. They see he's messed up. That's the version they giving you. So the Messiah, it says here, is with FARRAKHAN. That's one of the problems I got right now because, well, wait a minute, hold it now. If he goes, then what? They have nothing to tell you, no vision, anything. The only vision they got is what he tell you, we ain't going anywhere. That's there. And then what? Heal. The healing. Well, he's the messenger, he's the Messiah. Healing is wing. So healing is Scientology. Then they tell you, oh, he gave us Scientology. Now we got it. Yeah, we good now, we healed. Okay. Then he's giving you Sunniism. And against Scientology, that's modern day Catholicism. Shit across, you don't see that? That's just symbol. That's the version they give you. So you hang on to that. If you hang on to that, you believe it, hang on with it. That means you're first for a person. Right? It doesn't matter, we warn you, not. You will not believe. But you first for a second for people that's hungry first for you. Better wake up and climb those stairs. Unless you're so hung up with it, maybe you crawl up. But if you crawl up the stairs, it means when you get up there, you're going to be on crawling the rest of your life. And without shame and appallment. Okay, let me go into, so far I just went to this part. I'm not going to finish all this today, brothers and sisters. Let's go in Ancient of Days. You see? This is when they attack us. You know why? It's the Levites. Your bloodbath. How you know? A lot of people says, well, you see Jerusalem from army. You see what's going on right now. The abomination desolation is going over there right now. The point says, that means the information was blocked. You wasn't having information, you was caught off guard. And you got the message, hey man, you got to run. And now you know you can't go in the house to get your baby instead because they already closed in on you. You're going to flee in panic. If you don't listen, you're going to get your baby, whatever, you're going to die, and your baby's going to die too. You're going to go in panic because you didn't get this message, either because it's blocked or you didn't pay attention, either way. So now you're in shock, you're in panic mode. So a lot of you are going to be lost for lack of knowledge because if you're in panic mode, some of you are going to go back in your house. Some of you are going to hesitate and try to figure out what's going on. You can't. Say you can't. That time they already surround you. Hesitation is destruction. That's the beginning of a bloodbath here. They're going to attack all blacks. It's the beginning of the bloodbath. Remember, race war. Attack you too. Plague of flies I talked about. They're part of the God. They come after you too. Tells you in Daniel. From your point of view, they all be the same. You can be recognized. Right? See, remember, false this was going down, so identity is exposed. But the ones here, they want to maintain their identity. You think about that one? You got a larger population in Jersey than you got over in false Israel. They want to maintain that line image. The Sunnis here, they're on attack. The race war, his war. They're on attack. It's going to be happening once, when false Israel is going down, then you're going to see this. Well, it's pretty much simultaneously. Because it says, the dragon stood by to watch the nation soon was born, to destroy it, to devour soon was born. They're watching. Remember, you'll be saying, hey man, y'all a jinn, you're really real Muslim. Because they always remember, they've stole your identity too. So your land stole everything from you. It left us away for nothing. They took everything from us. Ishmael took everything from us. False Israel doing the same thing. Remember, false Israel pretending, right? They make almost the same claim that Ishmael's making. They're the true seed of Abraham. So we taking back from these our land, our religion, everything else. From the false Israel, we're taking back our name, our religion. You know what I'm saying? Now our land. But they don't have, well, there's no certain one. Then this comes from China and India, but this won't happen until after they get out of here. This would be happening here if they hadn't made that agreement with Master Muhammad. Because he told them, he says, look, when you attack, because he's going to tell you in chapter 17, he inspired them to attack the ram, attack America. But said, you attack them, I'll give you cover. They will not be using nuclear weapons. You're going to take them out. But when you get there, right, that's the Red Sea. You part that children of Israel, the NOI through. That was the agreement. Chapter 17 tells you that. Okay, let's move on. Great reset. That's what Habakkuk is all about. Great reset. Now we've take control of our reality, our universe. What belongs to us. And the final battle, this battle is going to take place here in America, but it's also going to place, this is the final barrier. It's Esau. African brothers. That's Lucifer. Oh, here we go. That's Obama. You see. That's the final battle. After we home. We're going to defeat everybody else. We're going to defeat everybody. See, this one's going to be a battle trying to show that. Because he's the bear in Daniel. He's going to defeat China and India. He's going to be with them when they attack America, but then they're going to get to fight with each other. He's going to defeat them. He's going to have control of the whole planet except for us. Home in the Middle East. That'll be the final war. That's the Ancient of Days. He's doing Ancient of Days time. Well, Ancient of Days is the covenant. It tells you he's the one that, in that sense, as the Ancient of Days, he's the one, right, that puts the nation together and then gives to Master Muhammad, who Master Muhammad comes in the clouds, the black son of man. But the priest, and today's high priest, Melchizedek, that puts it all together. He's a judge. This is what Michael did. Do I have a? I have voicemail on this. Time Michael stabbed the great prince. That's Master Muhammad. He asked these people over there who Michael, they have no idea. Who stand for thy children, thy people. And there should be a time of trouble such as never was. There was nation, even at the same time, that time that people shall be delivered. So Michael is not Master Muhammad. He has to be because Master Muhammad's the one to deliver us, right? Everyone that be found and written in the book. That means elevate to the angel level. That's elect. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall wake. Some never last life, but left in shame and contempt. Okay? They got to go to tribulation. And their wives shall shine the brightness of the firmament. They turn to many righteous stars from ever and ever. Well, who's turning many righteousness? That's the Levites going through tribulation. But the wise shines as lights of the bright. That's the elect that gets the hell out of here when Michael delivers. African American, when they attack, when they attack all black. They see false Israel. Oh, here we go. I gotta do this again. Hold on, brothers and sisters. This for a minute here. Hmm. Okay, I'm good here. Hmm. Okay. Bug there. Okay, when false Israel is hopeless, lost, and they can't protect them, it was a false sign to keep us divided. They go and then they attack all blacks. African American blacks, right? Rally all together. African American blacks. Remember, blacks is a generic term. This is when false Israel is going down. On fire. They're gonna do it. They can't save it. Here's Michael's angels. Iran, Syria. And it's like there's not people here. America's in flames. See? You guys, someone's holding that Bible. The Christian blacks, they are. The demons, they are with it. America's in flames, so you got two groups here. One look at the flames, one look at the cross. Original spirit coming back. You got in mind yet? The nation's starting to emerge. Wartime. They're under attack. Bam, now they got their mind. Uh-oh. See the great army. See the great army. I believe that, well, let me see. Maybe I'll get to this a little bit. We'd be at war with the demons. That cross there, you can't see it too well. Let me make it a little easier to see it. Hold on. The Babylon and the thrones are cast down. Tells you in Genesis, right? Those with the measure of the covenant. Elijah separates out. Tells them they go to war with demons, Aaron's people, and kills them all. They're really about to cross. Demons. So be war between. Look in Exodus. It says Moses came to Aaron's camp to those with the Lord, message of the covenant, come with him. And he said, those with me, he said, come with. They separate, and then they go back and kill all the Aaron's people. Aaron didn't make it out of the wilderness. While they fight in America too. At the same time. Louis Eugene Grounds, and back. It says his name is Louis Eugene, right? What about the Grounds? Now, you can check this out on your own, whatever you want to. He says his father, remember, his mother says he was raped by this man, Percival Clark, the devil. Right? But she was living with this man named Walcott, Eugene Walcott. So Farrakhan's name, he goes by Louis Eugene Walcott. Walcott wasn't his father, even by what he says. Walcott was his stepfather. Of course, she was living with him. She gave him that man's name. But he said that wasn't his father. His father was the one that raped her. Right? So Walcott was not her maiden name. Walcott was not her maiden name. So Louis Eugene, bro, where does G come from? You see? Okay. Walcott should have been here, right? Louis Eugene Walcott, I-O-N-F. But that wasn't his real, that wasn't his real surname, because that wasn't Walcott's name. Eugene was, but Walcott wasn't his real father. So if that's the case, then and she would have gave him her maiden name. Her maiden name was Sarah Mae Grounds. Now, how you know he tripped up? And I'm not showing that here, but I do have a presentation where show he had this interview where he talks about his father was a white Portuguese Jew. His father was a white Portuguese Jew. His grandfather's father was a white Portuguese Caucasian Jew. That would make him a black Caucasian Jew, wouldn't it? See his father. Okay. Now, he says, right? He says his mother's name, right, was Sarah Mae Clark. He slipped up on that one. Clark. You know, that was the name of the woman that man's raped his father, because the man that raped her, excuse me, that was the name that raped her, right? His real father, his name was Clark. Percival Clark. See, he slipped up and said that her name was Mary, because that wasn't her real name either. That was the name she got from him. So Walcott wasn't her real last name, and Clark wasn't the real last name. What was the real last name then? That was the name she gave him. If he wasn't really Walcott's son, and she wanted to claim he was Percival Clark, so she would probably give him her maiden name. It would have been Louis Eugene Grounds, turn NOI backwards. That's why I said, what's your name? Why would you do that there? They're trying to identify him. They ain't trying to identify if you people got your heads up Farrakhan's ass. We're not trying to wake you up. We want you to stay asleep. You see, here we go. Now, if you look at this like a balloon, remember, whose fault that we're in this condition underwater? Whose fault? Is it ours? Was the fault of the one that's holding us down? I can't blame us. You're sinful. You got to atone everything else. That's why it says, accuse of our brethren. Accuse of our brethren. And that's what it says, during this war, he'll be cast down. Accuse our brethren cast down. That's what you're going to say a few more days, brothers and sisters. He blaming us. You don't want to blame them. Oh, they help. They can be reformed and everything else. Right? No. So what's the solution? Get out from under them. But we ain't going nowhere. We got to stay right here under them, under their feet. Then maybe we're going to stay underwater then. As long as we stay here, we're going to be in the condition we are. Unless we destroy what's holding us down here. We'll get out from under it. That's pretty much it, I think, brothers and sisters. So you look at it. This is that Photoshop. I showed somebody, oh man, that ain't Farrakhan, that Photoshop. No, that's him kissing the devil. Because he's the devil himself. Black-faced devil. I don't know how we never, oh, come on. See, look at him. That's after he got cancer and he pissed the shit in the bag and whatever manhood he might have had is gone. Maybe they're having a little fun. Sure, that's deep, ain't it? Isn't that tongue kissing? It's not Photoshop. They got the actual picture on this website. There's a spot right there. Percival Clark, see? Percival Clark. He said his mother's name was Sarah Mae Clark. How's that? She would never marry him. His father. See this resemblance? He got hair. He don't have woolly hair. Claim he's a Messiah, son of man, but he does have hair like his father. He doesn't have woolly hair. He's matched by Muhammad. He's not son of man either. He's the God, but he's not son of man. The son of man will be dark with woolly hair. Be the messenger of the covenant. See, as far as scripture's concerned, they burn it up. They don't understand what it means anyway. Being part of the book and discipline the other. That's them. Okay, I already went to the Exodus, so I'm not going to go there, brothers and sisters. Well, see, but we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Now remember, he tells you, hey man, we got to atone, man. It says, no, it's not. It says it's wicked people that's causing this problem. But he said, no. You know what he says? Watch it last Sunday, I believe it was. He said, the rulers were in dark against spiritual weakness in high places. He said, this is it, our minds. It's incredible, boy. Like I said, but they have no idea but spring. They win the people. Yeah, and it says, this is I'm not getting this, bro. This is Jonah, Nineveh. You guys wrong. Got Nineveh, great city, and Nineveh. There's Nineveh. Nineveh repented. America, they repent. Nineveh, who repented? Then they repent. That's the NOI. They repent of Farrakhan. That's the story telling you, if you read it read correctly. They repent of Farrakhan. When they found, at the end, when the war started, they repented of Farrakhan. They got rid of his ass. Drones cast down. I'm not going to go ahead. I'm going to close out in a minute. Same thing. Read the story carefully. Do I have a... I couldn't send fire on the earth. Remember Farrakhan? He was talking about, man, we want to forgive them and everything else, right? Really? Okay, let's read this. I can send fires and I will be already kindled, but I have a baptized with it, and I'm straight till it be a he want to come and kick ass. He ain't gonna forgive anybody, try to reform devils. Suppose I come to give peace. No, I ain't come to give you no damn peace. Now, brother, reign division. But from henceforth there should be 5 in one house, and divided 3 against 2, 2 against 3, father against, you should divide against son, son against father. You need to understand, educate to understand this. See, I explained this a long time ago. Destruction, that's what we bring. But Farrakhan, no, I don't want that. He claims he's a will of Allah. What's like going to judge this nation that did this to us? But that's not Farrakhan. I said, no, I don't want that. But he claimed he's the Messiah. He claimed he's inconsistent with the will of Allah. I think this here. He's a demon. And now that, if his father's a white Portuguese Jew, it says Satan would cast out Satan, didn't it? Well, then he claimed he cast out Satan, then he must be a Satan, he must be the Satan that's cast out. I'm going to come to bring this all this up. Devil ain't devil no more, Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad, but toe to toe. Toe to toe with the devils. Farrakhan, devil, because he's a coward. Coward. Devil ain't devil no more, he ain't with no fight. He claims the reason why he let Wallace take control because he didn't want a bloodbath. Oh, give me a break. So we don't stand for truth because of blood. It's going to be a bloodbath, all right. He was afraid of your blood. Watch this. Listen to this.
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Warakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. But I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way if the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent?
That the Messiah talking? Really? That's some lessons? Really? Muhammad says this place is burned down. Muhammad said that they cannot be reformed. They cannot be reformed. Say 100% wicked. So is he speaking Elijah Muhammad's teachings? He's speaking Master Muhammad? He's a demon. He lies America. Remember I told you? The solution to the problem is get the hell out of here. You don't want to go nowhere. Because he's a winner person. He don't have a spring. He's going to be cast down in a minute. He's already in trouble right now. He's pissing shit in the bag right now. He's eating shit out of his shit bag because he thinks it's food when everybody's watching. He can't wipe his own ass. But yeah, he's the Messiah. Let's see what he thinks about you. This is what he thinks about America and as far as Israel and those people, his people. See what he thinks about you.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother minister. Yes, we are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother minister.
Both sides.
That's real.
Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right.
We owned buildings. We owned farmland. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Think about that, brother and sister. That's what I think about you. Both sides, female and male. You want to put steaks on his plate, put $10,000 rings on his finger, $8,000 suits on his back. Him and his sister have him out doing fundraisers because he can't get the males to do anything. That's the thing about you. Both sides. You neglect the part that he's the one that killed you when the Muslim was alive. Him and Wallace went and tore the nation down, tore it down, got rid of it, started something called Balians, tore it down, liquidated all the assets, millions and billions of dollars, and parked that money in there, put that money in their pockets, left with these with nothing, absolutely nothing. He never repented for that. He never came back and apologized for that, get that money back. Now he's a black buzzard. He already killed you. Now he come back to finish eating your flesh. That's who FARRAKHAN is. Tell me I'm lying, FARRAKHAN. Sue me. Tell me I'm lying. But he got number love for the devil. I love them so much. God, please, Allah, don't do that to them. But for you, I pray Allah would let him hit your ass. That's FARRAKHAN. He's a demon as far as the devil. And you just fool for him. See? All these people out there, they make merchandise of you. Well, stylists, an ex, so-called son of man, FARRAKHAN, make a merchant. They're living off of you. Give a damn about you. They see you as a meal, somebody to live off of, that you'll buy anything. Because you listen to that shit, they don't give you anything. They take from you. Only one give you anything is me. I don't want anything from you. It's a free gift. Give information, clear, precise information. But you choose them, so that's why you're going through what you're going through. And then with this clown here, he prayed a lot of worm beat your ass. But he prayed for the people that raped us and beat us and slaughtered us and pissed in our mouths and all the shit they did to us. Oh, God, I want to happen to you. I want to go nowhere. I want to be with you. But you, that's made him multi-millionaire. You haven't been anywhere. Where you get that from? So that sister doing fundraisers. For you, help you. You ain't putting up steaks on my plate. You didn't give me a long enough stretch my bill. Fuck you. Hope the worms eat your ass. I pay a lot too. Worms eat your ass. Okay, let me just go ahead and see what I got here. I'm going to shut down, but let me just see what's happening here. See what's the problem right now? See, the black, that's the original people. That's the Levites. And the white right there, see? That's the demons. That's mixing. That's the shaft that's mixing with amongst us. But see, think about it. Suleiman's about to separate them when that war starts. Here we go again. Hold on, brothers. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna finish this up, brothers and sisters. Go ahead and finish it up since I'm here. Like I said, this represents the chaff and wheat mixed together. So that's why both of us are confused because we've got sheep, wolves amongst wolves, sheep clothing. So we wonder why those sheep eating other sheep? They didn't want to cause any violence, the gangs, and all that kind of stuff. It's them doing that. First, we all one people. No, it's them that's doing it. We all mixed together. And that has to be separated. That's why chaff has to be separated from the wheat. They're the ones doing the violence, the murder, and all that kind of stuff, right? See, they mix in with us. They look like us. They're skin folk, not kinfolk. So they'd be separated out. Then there'd be a war between the two. There's approximately 34 million blacks. Half of them are saints, half of them are demons. The master seed, they look like us, but they got a nature of master. It's got a complexion of us. That's the war again, right? And we got our mind back now. We're warriors, right? Somebody gives a mind back. Farrakhan's cast down. The little demon Mexican army, whatever. And here, in this time, right? African blacks rise to Obama. See, this, you're going to see this. See, some people have made, I've been telling for years, Obama, I've been telling, I didn't know it until he became president, because Elijah Muhammad did say the last president would be a black man. And I was there when he said it. Well, he didn't say it, he told Minister Yusha to tell us that. And so I used to tell my children that. So Obama came on, they all got religion, right? INJIL doesn't say that. But that's what Elijah said, so I went with it. Right? But I mean, it still could be, but it'd be. I'm not going to leave it alone. So the Africans that are here, they're called the four winds. They're not. They're going to attack all blacks. All blacks. The Africans that are here, that's not us. Africans that are here, they're going to be attacked. They're going to rally together under Obama, because remember, he's one of them. He's not one of us. His father's African. Right? They're going to rally to Obama. He's that one riding on a white horse in INJIL, in chapter, not the one on chapter 19. Right? African Americans, blacks, divide. Because in two groups, and I showed you, the demons and the saints. American skin folk, demons, and kinfolk, saints. So they got three groups of blacks. The Africans, African Americans, which falls the demons and saints. Got three groups so far. They attack. And powerful leadership, all African Americans. So now, I've been talking about, I mentioned this a long time ago, I'll mention it again. The demons, right? One of them represents Samson. That's what we're talking about, Samson. If he takes down two pillars. Understand, just keep it at. That won't be Obama. Excuse me, that will not be Farrakhan. Farrakhan's that ass in Balaam. But there's going to be a Christian preacher, someone in the order of Martin Luther King, very charismatic, right? He's going to lead the demons. Farrakhan will be with them. He'll be with them. Farrakhan, his group will be with them. He's going to want to lead them. Because they're going to try to take America. Because remember, we want to stay here, all that kind of stuff. So they're going to fight for America. They're going to be a big army, over 17 million. Right? We're going to have about 17 million. But we're fighting to get the hell out of here. The Levites will be fighting to get the hell out of here. You know why? They're going to fight to take America. Right? That's what they want anyway. They want reparation, all that kind of stuff. Remember, when it's so-called civil rights, you had to want to integrate and want to separate. Well, now we're coming to a head. They're going to try to take America. America will be a bloodbath here. They can be confused. They've got to install martial law, which is not going to work. Blacks will be under attack. Bloodbath, economic collapse. So it's going to be unbelievable. And they're going to unite, two united armies off the bat. As soon as they're going to, but not as much of them, they're going to be united army too, but not as effective because not going to be as much of them. With two united armies here, two main ones. American armies will not be united. They're going to try to impose martial law, but it's going to fail. And then people are going to be afraid. They're going to start fighting amongst each other. But it's going to be cannibalism going to run off the chart. So this charismatic leader will lead all the demons. Farrakhan then will be with them. They all work together. Farrakhan and this other one. He's going to be the one that's going to lead them. They're going to fight. Fight devils, everything, try to take America. Try to get control of America. You see America in decline, collapse. They're going to fight, try to take it. That's what we're talking about, the locusts in Revelations. What you call Revelations. Kinfolk saints, defeat kinfolk demons, kinfolk saints. That means the war between us and them. We're going to defeat them. So all that are captured, causing a complete separation. Then we're going to be, before the separation is going to be, it could be a war that causes separation. It's going to be a conflict between us. And as a result of the conflict, we're going to be totally separated. That's what it says in Exodus. It says once they got to war with each other, those with the Lord, they slaughtered the ones that was with Farrakhan, with Aaron. The bloodbath here, brothers and sisters. No technical issue here. We'll close out. Kinfolk saints unite under a city great army, achieving Hajj. They bow their way to the west coast. They come together under one vision, achieving Hajj. Who's going to lead that? Still undetermined. I haven't seen anybody that can do it yet. I've talked to some people for years, and they don't. I'm pretty sure not going to be able to do it. So that will happen if and when war starts, and I change my mind. I have to go to them. People sit in darkness in the great light. I have to go give them their mind back. Give them their mind back. Somebody had to be chosen to lead them through tribulation. It means they had to come to Injil real fast. They had to have the Injil lead them through. Kinfolk demon army, united its army led by a charismatic Christian preacher as they battle 5 months to patrol America, joined by FARRAKHAN, his followers, what I just told you. Kinfolk demons, a charismatic Christian preacher. It's about the level of one of the key, but even more charismatic. Led by Obama. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Listen, I'm going to leave it there for now. Will unite into a great army and attack everything not African. Their army will attack all devil, anybody as American, whites, black, anybody. The African army. When this happens, that's when this will cause the blacks, right? The nation finally be born, come together, because they realize they cannot. That's the final straw. A lot of black people, we go back to Africa. Everything else felt, man, we can join with the Africans. They found, no, the Africans want to attack them too. And then finally, that's the last straw, they finally come together because no distractions. They finally realize everybody's the enemy. Because right there, they don't look at Africa as the enemy. So when they attack them, that's found, nailed in that dumbass coffin, so their minds will be clear. They're at war with everybody. They will battle with the demons and devil armies. So Obama's African armies, they fight the demons, they fight the devil army, and they attack us too. Attack the saints too. Attack everybody. The 4 winds blowing. Okay, brother, says that's it. Goes through everything. So now I got this last line to cover. I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe you understand, maybe you don't. But I never forget when that brother asked Elijah Muhammad. I was there doing theology of time. He asked, he said, "The Holy Apostle." He was cited. It was FOI. Young brother, I was young. It says happened like 73, so I was probably 24. Hey, when that day come, man, when we finally defeat these and go home, Elijah Muhammad said, "Hold, brother, do not pray for that day." Let's pray quiet. That's what thinking everybody doing that. They thought Elijah would take us home. They ain't see anything like, even though some of the stuff is a message of black man. No, brother, don't pray that day. Say, because you do not know what you're up against. And I keep telling you the same thing. You have no idea what you're up against. None of you do. Because you'd be acting differently if you did. None of you know. Even the ones think they're studying, like I said, they're not injured. They don't have injured mind, because I can look at them and tell what they do. They don't have injured mind. They have no idea what they're up against, because they would not be talking, acting like they are. They wouldn't be. They have no idea what you're up against. You're going to find in a minute, but some are going to find it in shock and panic. I've been trying to desperately try to avoid that from happening, especially for these sisters. But, right? Like Elijah Muhammad said, every tub has its own boat. No, I said that wrong. Every tub has its own bottom. Tribulation, you don't have time to worry about anybody else. Yourself. But, get that straight now. You have Chief Hajj, you're going to think as one body. And you're going to protect these sisters. That's how you're going to get their respect here, because you have never seen their respect in over 500 years. You protect these sisters. Better, or you better not come out. When you come out, brothers, you come out with no reports that you didn't protect these sisters. That's one thing. If that's the way, don't come out. You will not be happy with the result. Sister, protect your children. You're going to be walking through rivers of oceans of blood. Okay, I'm leaving there, brothers and sisters. Like I said, that brother, I'll never forget that. I was right there next to the mess within 2 feet of him. I'm sitting right in front of him when he said that. You know, never pray for that day because you have no idea what you're up against. You never know. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. You know, people that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. It's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. That was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? The population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just let your eyes tell you the truth for once. This is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a thing.
Your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English person. But that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half-English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified, I
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk, at only 31,
the impact he had, because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting in to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for 1 semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that 1 semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care, it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. The legacy of Christianity has been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life, come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our parents here on. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools? as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting such. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers, since it's been a year now, and finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and traded for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there, and it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations, because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see, yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land, and they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just. Did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they have big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states and promised them that he would have prepared them for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they need for that. But now, I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they done it. Farmers said, "Oh." So then they asked, Master, what's happening here? How come you know? Right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they Master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, you know, and they had, you know, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't put your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic Covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the Master, hey, look at all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See, and they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's what he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to really create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. It's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, and all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, all that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, all that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming to us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they're using another different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have to engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because FARRAKHAN didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. That you saw at your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRAKHAN. Maybe you call it Traveland. FARRAKHAN. They met the FARRAKHAN, right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land, that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything that we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRAKHAN? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. And they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you never rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where they, because you know they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you, you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys, come here. Disaster over there. And, oh, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call them. They call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's some name to call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You chose, you made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea, he was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations, we told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, bro, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Farrakhan Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides. All that came in today, man. It came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send some food. They begged, said, please send some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no, he refused. That's what I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.